Perfect start for Lancashire. Victory against Somerset last week, which was comfortably their best performance of the season. So they've gone with the same 11 that beat Somerset last time out. They did have the likes of Mitchell Stanley and Tom Hartley and Tom Aspinwall in the squad, but same 11. So Jennings and Singh, with Bohannon, Flintoff, Hurst, Wells, Bell, Balderson, Bailey, Phillip and Williams making up the Lancashire side. So yeah, perfect start for Lancashire. Captain Keaton Jennings calls correctly and says, please have a bat first. And in these conditions, as we welcome listeners on Sports Extra, these conditions would suggest, Lanky looking to try and take some early wickets here.
Yeah, I think that was from Kevin Howard.
Yeah, I know. When you stuffed me right up.
I did. I didn't mean to. It was genuinely not intended. But
I should have been paying attention.
I was just going to run through the slips actually, as you do in the first over. And before I could do so, Will Williams had actually caught one. It was a good grab actually. It was flying away high to his right, pretty sharp. But as I said at the very beginning, on a day like this, in conditions like this, if you're in the slips, you're expecting to be called into action. This next one from Bailey is, again, asking questions, just short of a length, bounces quite steeply, and Kashif Ali gets on top of it and plays it down into the offside. 3 changes for Worcestershire from the side that played in their last match down at Hampshire. Matthew Waite returns, having recovered from illness. Jack Home comes in. Here's Bailey again outside the off stump, left alone this time by Kashif. Jack Home, the young seamer, comes in to replace Tom Taylor, who's out injured, and Anil Verdi, the spinner, is left out, and that means that an extra batter is in the lineup. So I'll go through that full lineup in a minute. Bailey in again from the Digley End bowls, and Kashif completely turned around by that one. A good one, bit of movement away from the right hander. Kashif turned around looking to play it on the onside. So a really good start here from Tom Bailey. And that was deciding for Roderick Libby, Kashif Ali, Rob Jones, the ex-Lancashire man, Adam Hose, Brett D'Oliveira, Ethan Brooks, Matthew Waite, Logan Van Beek, Jack Home, and I've saved it till last because he's playing his last game for Worcestershire, former captain, testimonial this year, Joe Leach. Here's Bailey again in from the Digley End, and again he beats Kashif Ali outside the off stump. As first overs go, Scott Reed, they don't come much better than that. Beat the bat twice. A catch at fourth slip. Worcestershire, after 1 over, put into bat in gloomy conditions, had a damp New Road on 0 for 1.
Yeah, that's doing quite a bit there, wasn't it? That first over from Tom Bailey, the penultimate delivery of the over from over the wicket, angled in towards him, and that pitch to move quite considerably away. So a lot of movement out there in that first over for Tom Bailey. With, as Frank was saying, the weather's been dodgy, as everybody is aware of, and the pitch has been under cover, and the conditions you would think would suit the likes of Bailey here, who can get that ball to naturally move away from the right-hander. It'll be Anderson Phillip to open up the bowling from the New Road end for Lancashire, with Jake Libby, who's watched the previous 6 deliveries from the first over at the other end. The man strike, that's worked away down towards the fine leg boundary, just eased off his hip down towards Balderson at fine leg for a single, and that's the first run on the board.
Yeah, Libby off the mark in characteristic fashion, just in behind it, nurdling it down to long leg. And Kashif Ali, who had an uncomfortable beginning in that last over, see if he can do a little bit better against Anderson Phillip from the New Road end. He's in now, the West Indian. Pacey approach, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Kashif is pulling the bat away from that one on the back foot, just outside the off stump, and through it goes to keeper Matty Hurst. 4 slips alongside him. and one of them, Will Williams, has already picked up an excellent sharp catch. So 4 slips in place, then we've got a cover point and a mid-off, and a mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg the rest of the field. As I say, pretty overcast, little bit of blue sky. We've had some blazing sunshine. We've also had a lot of rain in Worcester in the last few days. And here is Philip again. He bowls, and that one is wide outside the off stump, and Kashif Ali has absolutely nothing to do with it. It's one of those days here, I'm afraid, where you're kind of wondering how much play we're going to get. I'd be very surprised if we get through from now to the end of the allotted 60 overs without any rain interruption, and certainly I would imagine that towards the end of the day bad light will be a factor. As Philip comes in again and bowls, and Kashif is playing at this one, I think, outside the off stump, and through it goes to Matty Hurst. So lots of questions being asked by the Lancashire opening bowlers here, and it would not have been a difficult choice for Keaton Jennings when the coin came down in his favour to have a bowl here. The ground staff have worked tirelessly since about 6 o'clock this morning, mopping things up, and they've done a great job. But still quite a bit of standing water over by the pavilion, which is way off the playing area. As Philip bowls, and Kashif nearly gets caught and bowled. He's looking to turn it on the leg side, gets a leading edge, and it flies back up the pitch, too wide of the bowler for Anderson Phillip to be able to catch it, too short of mid-off for him to be able to catch it, but another uncertain shot from Kashif Ali, who's been struggling a little bit for form recently. Started the season magnificently with back-to-back hundreds in the first game against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Seems quite a long time ago now. A lot of water has flown under the bridge, literally and metaphorically, since that moment. Here's Philip in again, and he bowls, and Kashif is off the mark this time with 4, down to fine leg, using the pace of the ball. Error in line from Philip, and Kashif just tickling it off his hip. Good old-fashioned leg glance down to the boundary for 4. So he is off the mark. Jake Libby is also off the mark. The man out, Gareth Roderick, caught by Will Williams off the bowling of Tom Bailey at 4th slip in the first over for naught. And Worcestershire are 5 for 1, having been put into bat. Just before lunch, which was taken at 12:30, there was a nice moment in front of the pavilion, a little bit of a gathering and a presentation made by the Worcestershire club to Joe Leach. As Bailey in, bowls, and again beats the bat. Maybe Libby pulled the bat out of the way at the last minute, can't tell exactly from our position at third man, but let's say that in the first 13 deliveries of the game so far, there have not been many certain shots played by the batsman. There have been lots of errors and lots of play and misses, and it looks a pretty difficult exercise batting out there at the moment. Libby waits for Bailey, and he's forward to this one and finds the middle of the bat solidly with that one and plays it back up the pitch, and there is no run. So, excellent start from Lancashire. Keaton Jennings would have had his boys in a little huddle before the game, and he'd have said, right, when we get out there, lads, let's hit the right areas, bowlers, everybody be on their toes, take our chances. And it couldn't have gone better, with Bailey picking up that wicket with a good slip catch to the second ball of the game. And he's in again now and bowls, and Libby is playing this one nicely. On the walk, actually, Jake Libby, just pushing this one firmly back up the pitch, and Bailey does his own bowling. But it's one of those things, Scott, you can say that as a captain, but it's a different thing going out there and doing it. And it's so nice when your bowlers go out there and you get a great start and everything feels as though it's going to go to plan. It breeds confidence, and I just get the impression that Tom Bailey is, well, he's just hitting the right areas all the time at the moment, and it's going to be a tough first hour for these Worcestershire batsmen. Libby in behind this one, pushes it out to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, he comes into this game perhaps on the back of his best game of the season actually as well, Bailey, picking up 4 for 36 in the first innings against Somerset and got a wicket in the second innings as well. For his high standards, it's been quite a slow season really. You'd expect Bailey at this point to be knocking on the door of 40-50 wickets in the season, which he's done so consistently now for a number of years, but not quite got to that level this year. But last week and the way he started so far today, back towards his best.
And another good one here, which Libby can't do much with, just gets in behind it, pushes it up to mid-on I should say, and there's no run. So it's 5 for 1. Men to come for Worcestershire. Ethan Brooks, who could well be coming in at 4 again. High up the order for Brooks, but actually it won't be Ethan Brooks, it'll be Rob Jones of course, who's back in the side. I said they were playing an extra batter and I didn't add who it was. Rob Jones, who missed out at Hampshire, back in the side today. He'll probably come in next. Then it will be Hose and then Brooks at 6, I would imagine. That one beats Libby outside the off stump. Another very, very good over from Tom Bailey, who has started 2 overs, 1 maiden. Sorry, 2 overs, 2 maidens. 1 wicket, no runs. Excellent stuff from him. 5 for 1. So yeah, Rob Jones next. Adam Hose will be 5, and then Ethan Brooks, who made his maiden first-class 100 at Hampshire last week, will be coming in at 6, I would imagine, which means Brett Dover will be at 7, which is pretty low for him. Matthew Waite, Logan Van Beek. It's quite a strong batting lineup today.
Yeah, I don't think too many surprises with that addition of the extra batter, is there? In this fixture, especially with playing at the back end of September and pretty green-looking pitch and some good seamers in the opposition side as well. There's Anderson Phillip and Keshifali off the back foot just defends, thickish outside edge down towards third man. Comes back and runs 2, so he moves on to 6. Worcestershire batting first. 7 for 1.
Yeah, but he wasn't in control of it, was he?
He was not.
He was in the air for quite a long time. 4, so it's tempted to have a gully now with that one having bounced a little bit more. Don't know.
Yeah, still got the 4 slips. So Bell, Jennings, Singh and Williams make up the 4 slip fielders for Lancashire. There's Anderson Phillip in the bowls again. Worked off the hit down towards fine leg by Keshifali for 1, and he moves on to 7. And the Worcestershire score moves on to 8 for 1. So Anderson Phillip playing in his 3rd game on the spin here for Lancashire, having signed just before the Durham match a few weeks ago, and making his home debut last week, picking up 4 wickets in that match. Final time for him to impress. Maybe, who knows, with the option of coming back at some point in the future. Certainly, I think has impressed his Lancashire teammates, both with the ball, in the field and with the bat. He's back in again. New Road end, bowls. Oh, again a bit of extra bounce there. And Libby kind of fends at that delivery. Good bounce and carry through into the gloves of Matty Hurst. Lively one for Jake Libby to contend with that. Instantly both batters come down the pitch and have a little bit of an inspection. That lifted for Anderson Phillip.
It's not great fun out there, is it,
No,
at the moment
no.
for the batsman? Not at all.
Turns and sets off again. 8 for 1, Worcestershire. And Libby's on strike, in and bowls. It's in behind it this time and defends. Just hops onto the back foot in defence and pushes it calmly away back to Phillip. Scoops it up of his own bowling, hands it up towards Josh Bohannon at mid-off. No addition to the score.
Tell me about Harry Singh, Scott. This is just his 2nd game, is that right?
Sounds about
I
right.
think he played
yeah.
I think I've just the last one was his 1st game, which is a bit like Jack Home, who's in the Worcestershire side, quick bowler. He's also only played 1 game. It's quite a big game for the young Lancashire man, though.
There's Phillip into Libby. That's a nice shot off the back foot, punched away in front of square. It's racing out towards the boundary for 4. Libby moves to 5 and Worcestershire into double figures in the first innings.
What I'm getting at is, I suppose, that, you know, for Worcestershire, relegation is not an issue today. They've got 1 or 2 injuries. They can rest on telly. They can bring in a young bowler and not feel too worried about how it goes. But for Lancashire, playing a youngster this early in a game which could be crucial, it's a slightly more significant selection choice, I think.
Yeah, his debut came last week, so he played against Somerset last week for Lancashire, and they're probably forced into having to try and do something different. As Phillip comes in and bowls again, that's edged and taken by Singh. Actually, it's a very, very good catch at third slip. That came quickly. As Libby went after that, thick edge, fast to Singh. That's a really good catch at third slip, and Lancashire pick up the second wicket. So Worcestershire 12 for 2 now. Libby's gone for 5, and Anderson Phillip gets his first wicket of the day, and it's a fabulous catch by Harry Singh at third slip.
Yeah, really good sharp catch. I was saying a minute ago, I don't think it's much fun being a batsman out there at the moment, and I would absolutely stick to that. Libby, the previous delivery, has got a shortish one, the only bad ball really that's been bowled, I would say, probably in the entire first 4 overs, and he's punched it through the covers. The next one, bit more of a good length and line, and he's driven at it, and it's the second really sharp slip catch that the Lancashire cordon have taken this afternoon. Correction, because we didn't start until 5 to 2, and smart catch by the man we were just talking about, Harry Singh, and Will Williams equally sharp in the first over, and both the Worcestershire openers have gone, and they're in a bit of trouble, having lost the toss at 12 for 2.
Yeah, so I think Lancashire, it's just not worked for them for various different things and different reasons. It's not worked for them this season, but in terms of at the top, it hasn't. I think Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells were averaging 21 this season as an opening partnership, and I think actually the previous 10 partnerships coming into the match last week, they were averaging about 11. So they had to try and make a change. They've got a young middle order with Rocky Flintoff, Matty Hirsch, George Bell and George Balderson. So run away down towards third man for a single. So I think they had to make that change at the top, really. 1, it wasn't really working for Luke Wells. 2, you drop Wells down the order, and you do get plenty of experience there just to break up that sequence of younger players that have not played much first-class cricket. And therefore it presented a chance for Singh at the top to open the batting. And I thought actually last week against Somerset in a game which was pretty treacherous, first 2 days, certainly for batters, he performed really well.
Yeah. Good start. You never know, do you, until somebody's given the opportunity, whether they're going to be able to crack it. Rob Jones, big game for him against his former employers. He's on strike, and Bailey's bowling to him, and he's on the walk. Jones looking to turn this down the leg side, diving take behind the stumps, and an appeal, but not upheld by umpire Matty Hurst. Didn't seem as keen, I thought, as the slips on that. Whether there was a flick off the pad, I don't know. But Rob Jones will be very, very keen to do well, obviously, in this game against Lancashire, for whom he played before he joined Worcestershire. And he's been struggling a little bit, to be fair, Rob Jones. He's been just struggling to get starts, really. Lets that one go outside the off stump. Been a few decent contributions, but he's found himself going in situations like this, and you know, been undone. He's been caught in the slip cordon behind the wicket quite frequently. Hasn't affected his enthusiasm. He's been brilliant in the field, caught a lot of slip catches himself, but I know any batsman needs runs in order to remain focused and confident. He's on the walk again this time, Jones, and playing this one up to Anderson Phillip at mid-on, and there's no run. 13 for 2. He's a great character in the dressing room, great enthusiast, sort of player that, well, as you will know, Scott, having seen quite a bit of him, he's bouncy, sort of busy, lively character. But I always feel that it's very difficult if you're that sort of ebullient personality and you're a batsman, very difficult to keep that up if you know that you're struggling for runs. And all batsmen go through periods where they're struggling for runs, and it's so difficult to keep it all together mentally. Done really well to do that, Jones. Got left out in the last game at Hampshire, but back in today. And what a horrible situation to find yourself in, really, against your former teammates. Changing the field, they put a man back on the hook. It's a ploy. They're either going to bang it in or bluff him. Bailey is in now and bowls, and he does just pitch this one up. Actually, very good delivery. Jones is forward, steers it down on the offside just behind square, but the man has gone back on the hook. So whether that's a ploy, whether it's something they remember from Jones, whether it's a theory that Keaton Jennings has got, or maybe that Tom Bailey has got, I don't know, but remains to be seen whether Jones will take the bait if he is offered a short delivery. One ball left in this, the 5th over, and under gloomy skies on a lush green surface, Tom Bailey in from the Diglis end and bowls, and Jones is beaten outside the off stump. Definitely played at that one, missed it by quite a long way, I would suggest. And well, it's one ball at a time if you're a batsman at the moment. Worcestershire 5 overs gone, 13 for 2.
It is definitely one ball at a time. That one ball's a challenge in itself, isn't it? Just to try and negotiate that again. That's just nipped away from Bailey to Jones, as it has tended to do so far early on in this game for Lancashire opening bowlers. I'm amazed we're playing, Frank. I'm absolutely stunned. We're underway. I mean, enormous credit to the ground staff.
Yeah, it was so wet, wasn't it, this morning? When they did that presentation to Joe Leach, people were paddling in front of the pavilion. I mean, that is behind the rope, but it's still very wet down there. It just shows how effective those super soppers are.
Yeah, that's been going back and forth for most of the morning. There's Anderson Phillip in and balls forward. Goes Kashif Ali on the front foot in defence, and there's no run. I'm in the hotel on the ground, at least for the first couple of nights, so I came down for breakfast this morning at about 7 o'clockish, and the super sopper was in full flow then, so
it's start very early.
It's been going some time. They've done well to get the ground underway. I think the concern would be if there is another shower that we might catch, and it could just bubble up, couldn't it? That might be too much for the outfield for today, but hopefully that stays away. Here's Phillip in balls again, flicked down towards fine leg, where there is a fielder there for Lancashire, George Balderson. Single for Kashif Ali, and the score moves on to 14 for 2 here at New Road, across the live stream via Worcestershire and Lancashire's website, or on the BBC Sport website and app. I think Sports Extra is still with us. Must be raining at Trent Bridge, perhaps.
Yeah, I think
it is. Okay, 27 for 1 Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire. To put this kind of into a little bit of context, as you say, Worcestershire have had a fabulous season, and arguably eclipsing the achievements of Surrey to some degree, as that's run away through the offside by Rob Jones for his first runs of the day. He'll come back for 2 actually. He gets up and running, 16 for 2. So Worcestershire with a chance to enjoy the final game of the season with not a great deal of pressure on. Lancashire, will they have to win? They're going to have to win well. I'm not so sure they're going to win with maximum points. Maybe something like 19 points might be the realistic outcome potentially. A win plus your bowling points.
Yeah, just as many as they can possibly manage, I suppose. But one step at a time. For them as well, pick up the first 3 wickets and the next 2, etc.
Comes Phillip in balls once more, just nips back towards Rob Jones, and deflects off his thigh by back down the pitch, and there's no run. But Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire starting with this quite sizable gap, really. 15 points Lancashire away from the team directly above them, which is Nottinghamshire. They could still technically catch Warwickshire, but they just need a handful of points, and a draw for both of those two sides at Trent Bridge would be enough, regardless of what Lancashire do, to condemn Lancashire to relegation and to secure Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire's position in Division 1 for next season.
So Lancashire, they want a result in that game, don't they, really?
They do.
which is going to be tricky with the weather forecast,
Yeah.
as it is for the Midlands as a whole, I think.
Again, Jones comes forward, half a step down the pitch to Anderson Phillip, and then just prods onto the front foot. Ball nips away past the edge of the bat into the gloves of the keeper. No run. Trying to use his feet here, Jones, which might give us an indication as to the movement that the bowlers are getting off the pitch. Ball nibbling around. He's been eager to try and get forward where possible, Jones.
There haven't been many innings this season, even in the Kookaburra games that I can think of. There was one at Canterbury when we played on a very, very flat pitch early in the season, but there haven't been many games where batting has been particularly straightforward, I don't think.
Final ball of the over. Here's Anderson Phillip for Lancashire in, bowls to Jones, who plays solidly off the front foot this time, just smothers the ball away into the offside. And that is the end of the over. 3 runs coming off it. Worcestershire 16 for 2.
Yes, and what I mean by that, Scott, and you've probably seen lots of wickets going down, and I know that Lancashire's batsmen aren't exactly pulling up trees, but I suppose it's a consequence of playing a lot of red ball cricket early and late in the season, isn't it? And there haven't been many flat decks, and there have been occasional unbelievable performances, such as the Durham partnership the other day, which was one of the highest in the history of county cricket between Beddingham and Ackerman. For the 4th wicket, I think, wasn't it? Something like, was it over 400?
430 something.
I mean, just extraordinary. But I haven't seen many sessions like that in the Worcestershire games this season. As Tom Bailey starts a new over, bowling to Kashif Ali, who has some time with this one to just ease it away on the offside. Appeared to have a little bit more time to play that one than they have done for most of the deliveries that they've received so far. He's a very attractive player to watch, Kashif Ali. Doesn't tend to score slowly if he gets in, but it doesn't matter, does it, on a pitch like this? It might be that that attacking instinct could be his downfall. Bailey bowls, and he's in behind this one. He's taken on the pad, looking to turn it on the leg side. A very confident appeal, both from bowler and supported by Matty Hurst behind the stumps, and Keaton Jennings at second slip, the captain, who kept his appeal going for a long time. But umpire Alex Wharf at the Diglis end, giving the benefit of the doubt to the batsman. Slipping down, Scott?
Yeah, potentially, yeah. There's no problem with height, I don't think, with that, so maybe just slipping down. Yeah,
looked a good shout.
It was.
Bailey again. Tall figure in, bowls, and this one into the pitch hard and on the back foot. Kashif just plays that defensively up to mid-on. Hugely talented player, Kashif Ali. Played some remarkable white ball innings for Worcestershire in the brief time that he's been with them. And as I said, started the season with back-to-back hundreds at Edgbaston in the first championship game in April. Bailey in turn beats him. Good one. Going away again outside the off stump. Nothing you can do really as a batsman against a delivery like that other than miss it. Hopefully. If you're unlucky, you get a little nick through, but you don't worry about it. No, you just concentrate on the next one, I think, and that's what Kashif's doing. But yeah, it's tough. I said right at the very outset, even before Will Williams took his catch, that you stand in the slips. There's some days, I assume, where you think, well, I'm here, but not much is happening, and there's other days. Bailey bowls edged just to prove my point to Williams at 4th slip along the ground. There's other days where you think, I could be in here. It's like a fisherman watching his float, if the fish aren't biting, it can be a very long day. But there's other times where the fish are around and you're just expecting that float to disappear at any moment, and I reckon a day like this, if you're in the slips there, you are really, really on high alert, I think, because it's nipping away. It's moving around off the pitch, this Duke ball, and Tom Bailey is exploiting the conditions superbly at the moment. And he comes in again now, bowls, and that one actually is probably the worst ball he's bowled all day, down the leg side. And Kashif, well, it was he offered a peremptory flick at it in an attempt to get it down to Fine leg, but he was nowhere near it. It was too wide. End of the over then. So Bailey still a model of economy. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 1 his figures. And Worcestershire 16 for 2 on a gloomy afternoon at New Road, which is getting gloomier, dare I say.
Yeah, now all 4 Division 2 games have been abandoned for the day. The 4th and final game between Leicestershire and Derbyshire have called it quits today. So Glamorgan, Gloucestershire, Leicestershire, Derbyshire, Sussex against Middlesex and Yorkshire, Northamptonshire. No play possible on the first day of those fixtures. Anderson Phillip for Lancashire comes in and bowls to Jones. That's defended. Pushes it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And in Division 1, the only game so far that they have called time on for the first day is the Durham-Kent match. But delays at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire, and at Chelmsford between Essex and Surrey. Essex 116 for 1 when the rain came, and Nottinghamshire 27 for 1 against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge. Somerset 83 for 6, batting first against Hampshire in Taunton, with 2 wickets each for Mohammed Abbas, Kyle Abbott and Liam Dawson.
We were talking about Liam Dawson before, weren't we? What a consistent performer he is in Championship cricket, isn't he? Goodness me.
Yeah, he's right up there with the potential to be player of the season, isn't he?
Absolutely, he always is, it seems to me.
He's just away into the offside by Bell, just run out towards backward point. Wells will catch up with it, and Jones comes back for 2.
He's just an incredibly consistent performer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got past 50 wickets this season. He's not too far away from 1,000 runs as well. It's absolutely outstanding year for Dawson. But Hampshire and Somerset, again, finishing second and third fiddle, it would seem, between them to the champion Surrey. Been a great week, has it, for Somerset?
No.
Defeat in the Blast, defeat against Lancashire, and defeat in the One Day Cup. It's Anderson Phillip. Balls again, defended by Rob Jones. Just drops the ball out into the offside. Again, he's on the move. He's kind of half a step forward, Jones, and just pushes it cautiously away off the front foot. This is tricky, as Frank's been saying, for these 2 batters. Survival at the minute, and if possible where there is the chance to try and score, and they'll take it. But Jones and Kashif Ali are fighting hard here with the bat in pretty bowler friendly conditions. Lancashire still with the 4 slips in place. Wickets of Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby so far for Lancashire. Here's Phillip. New Road End comes over the wicket, bowls to Jones, flashed away into the offside, short and wide by Anderson Phillip, and Jones has put that away very nicely indeed to work it out through point for 4 runs. It was there to be hit in truth, and Jones made the most of it, and he moves on to 8. Worcestershire now 22 for 2.
It's so idiosyncratic, Rob Jones, I think. The way that ball was almost exactly the same ball that Jake Libby hit for 4, the ball before he was out. Short and wide. Libby, all arms, goes on the back foot, hits, arms go through it. Rob Jones's hands just sort of puts the bat on it and then flicks the wrist. It's like I don't know if he's played much hockey, but he'd be very good if he did, I'm sure.
Phillip in bowls to Jones down the leg side, taken by Matthew Hurst, Lancashire's wicket keeper.
He breaks the wrist quite. Josh Butler does it too, isn't it? And I think he was a hockey player, I think. But sometimes Butler will hit one through the covers and then break the wrists, whereas someone like Ian Bell or Libby or somebody will continue the cover drive with the arms going through. It's a bit technical, but I'm sure you know what I mean. But Jones is the wrists break, and he's very skillful with his hands. Makes late adjustments quite often. And it's just quite characteristic the way that he plays. And that shot was a perfect example.
Final delivery of the over. Phillip in and bowls to Jones. Edged.
And out.
And gone. You have. He swings the bat in frustration at Rob Jones. Went the finger. Was he giving that caught behind? Giving that LBW? Let's have a look back on the replay here. Oh, it's gone through to the keeper. Yeah, caught behind by Hurst.
Yeah, just Can we have another look at that? I just wonder, he's had a string of dismissals quite similar to this. Yeah, that's just, I don't know, just coming across the ball slightly, I think. And,
it's a slightly close face of the bat, isn't it?
Yeah, and just a thin edge. But having said that, you could see even there that the difficulty that they've got, there's movement both in the air and off the pitch. And Anderson Phillip gone down the leg side with the previous delivery, and that one just a little bit straighter, just did enough. And Rob Jones got a nick on it, so he's gone. And Adam Hose it is who is coming in, as I suggested that he might, at number 5, and he's another one who has consistently been walking to the wicket in situations like this season, and he is going out there. It was a good toss to win for Lancashire, a bad toss to lose for Worcestershire, obviously, and 22 for 3 as Hose finds himself walking out there to join Kashif. He's a bullish sort of player, Adam Hose. He won't be daunted, but I suppose there's batters all the way up and down the country, Scott, today and last week as well, walking to the crease thinking, wouldn't it be nice to go in with 200 already on the board or something like that? And it isn't the case, and it never is at this time of year, or very rarely. But when that coin came down this morning, I'm sure the top order for Worcestershire knew straight away that they were going to have a battle on their hands. And that battle continues as Bailey beats Kashif Ali outside the off stump. I think there have been as many play and misses as there have been contacts with the bat today so far in the 49 deliveries that we've had in this game. It's been really tough. 22 for 3 as Scott Reed leaves us to be replaced by Mel Farrell, who's been watching on with exactly the same sentiments that we have, I would imagine, as Bailey bowls and Kashif is out. Caught at first slip, neatly pouched at first slip by George Bell. Things go from bad to worse for Worcestershire, but it has to be said, these are the most testing circumstances that you could imagine. But that said, 22 for 4 in the 9th over, and well, it was a bad toss to lose, but credit to Lancashire. I mentioned earlier, Mel, that Keaton James would have got his troops together and said, well, we've won the toss, that's the first step along the way, now let's go out and make sure that we don't waste that advantage. Bowlers get the ball in the right place, catches, and they've done exactly that.
Well, that's exactly right. Plenty of times you see helpful conditions and not necessarily get the results that the bowling team would hope for, but it is definitely difficult out there, and that was another one, that last one to Kashif Ali, that just moved away. So they've employed the away swingers really well. There's also a bit of nip off the pitch, I think, too. So it's a real trial, but having said that, this is a Worcestershire side that they've dealt with difficulties all year and have shown a huge amount of character. So hopefully we will see that continue today, but it certainly is not easy out there.
It certainly is not easy. That's absolutely right. Well, you'd look when you all 4 dismissals. I mean, you might say that Roderick and Libby were a tad loose. Roderick's maybe was a little bit wide. Libby had hit the previous one for 4 and maybe went a little bit eagerly at the one that he nicked. But as I said, almost every ball, apart from the odd ball that slipped down the leg side, almost every ball that's been in a good area has done something, and batting is perilous, to say the least.
Yeah, well, we watched those first couple of wickets back again, and actually on second and third look, you were like, oh, actually that's even better than it looked the first time.
Yeah.
Just with that away movement,
everything's
tricky.
Gone. Yeah. They've made perfect use of the conditions, these two. Tom Bailey particularly good. 2 for 1 at the moment. He bowls down the leg side. Good diving take by Matty Hurst, tumbling to his left. Brett D'Oliveira has been excellent for Worcestershire since returning from injury. Missed out on the One Day Cup campaign with that persistent shoulder injury, but since he's come back in, he's been a model of consistency, and he's turned around a few of this situations of this sort, but rarely in conditions quite as testing as this. Bailey in again, bowls, and he lets that one go outside the stump, the Worcestershire captain, and it's taken by Hurst. So 4 slips, and they are all, as I keep saying, in a state of high anticipation, because the next nick is not far away.
Well, they need a bit of luck, Worcestershire, you feel, because at the moment they've got a lot of things going against them. They could do with a little bit of luck, but as you say, D'Oliveira has performed a few rescue jobs for them this season.
Bailey in, bowls. No, he's not this time, because he's caught at second slip by Keaton Jennings, and Lancashire are absolutely running riot here. Worcestershire now in the 9th over, having lost the toss and been put into bat, are 22 for 5, and Tom Bailey has 3 for 1. 3 for 1, and he is in his 5th over. It's an extraordinary spell of bowling. He's hardly put a foot wrong. Maybe a couple of balls have slipped down the leg side, but he has been absolutely spot on, really, and he's been backed up by excellent catching. And the good thing about all of the catches is that they've all gone at a nice height. They've been sharp, 2 or 3 of them quite sharp, but they've gone at a good height. There's been nothing ankle height like that, and Lancashire are rampant. Worcestershire 22 for 5.
Well, they've lost 3 wickets without adding any runs. They've been 22 for 3, and now they're 22 for 5. So it's been a very, very torrid opening section, but these 2 opening bowlers have done everything that they could have been asked to do. I know that Philip, from talking to some of the other journalists who have travelled down from Lancashire way, they've been very impressed with him, the couple of games that he has played so far, and he looks very, very sharp. Then when you have Bailey at the other end, well, can't stop taking wickets at the moment. But he's moved the ball really well. They've bowled a couple down the leg side. There's been maybe 1 or 2 that have had a little bit too much width and a little bit short, but a handful of balls that you wouldn't say were really good balls.
I think the thing is, it's easy to say. I mean, I've just looked back at quite a few of the wickets, and you could say that there are some balls that batsmen have played at where they didn't need to. But when you're getting nothing to hit, not in the first over maybe, but when you're getting nothing to hit generally, when you do get one that looks hittable, sometimes you can just go at it a little bit too firmly or not quite be disciplined enough to leave it. And that's what's happened on a couple of occasions. But it's difficult times, and Ethan Brooks is the new man, as Bailey is into him, and he lets that go outside the off stump. Got his first ever first-class 100 last week at Hampshire. Very difficult circumstances for him here. It's 22 for 5 off 9 overs.
Well, it's like whenever I come here, there seems to be some drama. Last time I was here, we had a similar morning to this morning when it was beautiful sunshine, but we couldn't get play underway, and they were cutting up strips of the field and going and trying to dry them and bring them back. And this morning it was the same, and since play started, it's just been so torrid. Nothing at all easy.
George Balderson into the attack to replace Anderson Phillip. He'll fancy bowling in these conditions, I should think.
I think just about anyone would, wouldn't they? Anyone who's got a long run up. And it's been a terrific start by Phillip. And now Balderson coming in, right arm over the wicket. It's full, and it's just defended out towards mid-wicket. by Hose. That's the first ball that he has faced. So Hose and Brooks both out there, yet to get off the mark, each having faced one delivery.
Yeah, that was a beauty to Brett D'Oliveira. Just watching it back. Absolute beauty.
Yeah, it's not the sort of thing where you'd say they've been, as you say, maybe could have left one or two, but it's really been difficult for them out there. Hose on strike again. He pushes forward to one that whistles past the bat and misses the outside edge on its way through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think, as I say, there are a couple that they might have been able to leave on reflection, but as I say, I think it's all very well saying that, but when you're getting nothing to hit, leaving is so difficult, but it's such a skill, such a great skill on a pitch like this.
Hose waits again. It's in comes Balderson, and that one's just pushed down to mid-on, no run. And there, as you can imagine, you can hear them being quite vocal as well, as their tails are well up after having a very positive start to this match. Just a few dark clouds starting to build up around us. There's some bright sunshine to our right. It's in comes Balderson once more, and this time it is left a big stride forward, arms up in the air, and by the shouts, I don't know that has missed the stumps by too much. And we're pretty excited. Mind you, they're excited about everything at the moment.
Well, you would be, wouldn't you? Yeah. Yeah, but I think you're right. I don't think you missed by much. But that's what I mean, leaving. Such a skill, isn't it?
Well, that was a really firm leave as well. In once more, it's Balderson, and this time up on his toes, Hose. Just dribbles off the bat into the offside. So they're still on 22. They've been stuck on 22 for quite a while now. In that time, 3 wickets have fallen. And they're just a bit stuck. Quite a few fans just trickling in as Hose just defends this one again down towards mid-on. So it will finish that over, and it's a maiden for Balderson first up. So no release in the pressure, keeping things tight. And there's no easy way out of this, you suspect, for the batters. They're just going to have to dig in and do some really hard work for as long as they possibly can until perhaps conditions ease somewhat.
Yeah, 20 dots since the last run, and a couple of wickets have included as well. And that in itself works on the mind of the batter as well. Brooks waits as Bailey bowls, and he's forward, taking on the pad, drops just short of the slips, taking on the hip actually. He's rubbing it quite ruefully, but he didn't know much about it. It's a hugely difficult job out there batting. Make no bones about that. You can pull a dismissal to pieces watching a slow motion replay and try and work out what happened technically and did he need to play it and everything else. But when the bowlers are consistently moving the ball sideways to this extent, as Bailey is in again and bowls, and Brooks manages to get a bat on this and pushes it out on the offside. When that's happening, I think you have to have great sympathy for the batters as well.
Well, looking back at some of them as well, some of the swing looked quite late.
Yeah, definitely.
And that adds another level of difficulty, doesn't it? It's just difficult.
Yeah, the conditions are difficult and they've exploited them perfectly, I think, particularly this man. He's conceded 1 run. He's in his 6th over. He bowls now, and that's through to the keeper, beats the outside edge again. The 1 run he's conceded was an edge down to 3rd man. And other than that, he's bowled, 32 dot balls.
That's quite incredible.
And taken 3 wickets. It's tremendous. Bright sunshine now. Lots of grey cloud around, but a break in the cloud above us, and bright sunshine. It's a picture. It's lush green, the outfield here at New Road, as you would imagine. Cathedral looks glorious, bathed in sunshine with the grey cloud behind it as Bailey bowls and Brooks is forward, pushing this one back up the pitch, and Bailey does his own fielding. The Cathedral always looks beautiful, but it looks particularly nice when it's bathed in sunshine, and it looks particularly striking when it's bathed in sunshine with dark, threatening cloud behind it. And that view as we look across is one that those of us who spend a lot of time here will take with us for the winter and try and remember it when the rain's pouring down and we're freezing cold. Bailey bowls, Brooks is forward, pushes this one out on the offside, and again there's no run.
That's actually the best light. It always is. If you ever want to take a selfie, Frank, make sure you do it when there's dark clouds but sunshine around. It's honestly.
I don't take selfies very often.
Oh, I don't believe that at all.
No, true.
You just don't share them. You take them for your own joy.
No, don't take them.
But it is the best light when you've got dark clouds and mixture of that and sunshine.
It looks glorious, doesn't it?
It intensifies every colour.
Bailey again in, and Brooks on the back foot, and a run, hooray! First run for about 5 overs as Brooks steers this one down to third and doesn't get very far, but it goes in between fourth slip and backward point, and they go through for a single, which is getting Brooks off the mark, which is good news for him. Nobody's reached double figures for Worcestershire yet. 11 overs have gone. They're 23 for 5. The men out: Roderick without scoring, Libby for 5, Jones for 8, Cashevalley for 9, and D'Oliveira without scoring, and George Balderson to continue from the new Rodome with Tom Bailey's figures now: 6 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 2.
So it is going to be Balderson now continuing. Boulder maiden first up, just to continue the trend. We're just having the sunshine pop in and out, which really is. I was looking at the live stream, and I'm sure there are some of you out there watching now, and just every time they go to that wide shot you'll see what we mean. As first ball of the new over from Balderson, it's sharp and it's just dead battered really in the end by Brooks. Rolls just a little way down the pitch, no run. We had some wonderful scenes here earlier as well. Lovely presentation to Joe Leach in his final match for Worcestershire. I was really touched by that, the warmth from the members, everyone else around here. As in comes Balderson again. It's come on to Brooks quickly, but he's managed to fence this one down towards deep third. They're going to get a couple of runs this time before the ball's picked up and thrown back in.
Yeah, nice presentation to Joe Leach, who is playing his last ever game for Worcestershire after over 10 years. It's his testimonial this year. I'm quite involved with that, and would draw attention to that a little bit more in a minute, if I may.
Balderson in once more to Brooks, and he had another little push forward at this one. But, it's beaten the bat, so no run again.
So yeah, you can visit Joe Leach testimonial website for details. Quite a few events coming up, particularly special one to finish the whole year off on Friday, November the 22nd in the Long Room at Lord's. A quite magnificent lineup of speakers and a superb venue.
Here's Balderson again. This one is left more deliberately by Brooks. They're excited, but no run, and is that a signal by the umpire? He held his hand up for something. I don't think it was a no ball.
Yeah, just to finish off about this, so Alex Stewart, Sir Alistair Cook and Michael Atherton all to speak. Simon Hughes to be the MC in the Long Room. Fantastic lineup of speakers. There'll be some other cricket celebrities there as well.
Balderson over the wicket to Brooks, who this time punches down the ground, and that's going to be a much needed relieving boundary down at long off. So That's just relieved a tiny bit of pressure for Worcestershire, who've been under the cosh for so long now. It's hard to remember the last boundary.
And yeah, it's not just for Worcestershire fans, it's for anybody who is interested in attending that evening. Possibility of a champagne reception in the home dressing room as well at Lord's if you wanted to add that to the package. But any county cricket fan, any England cricket fan, don't have to be anything to do with Worcestershire, free to attend. All details on the website on how to apply for a ticket and so on. Feel free to support Joe Leach's testimonial. There have been rarely any players who deserve it more.
Here's Balderson again, and Brooks pushes forward in defence, but once again he's beaten. But there was a boundary in that over which has progressed the score a little. 29 for 5 now, with Brooks on 7 and Hose yet to score.
And on a more local note and a more sort of Worcester-based note, still quite a few events to take place in Worcester and the Worcestershire area. All details again on the website. Or you can get in touch with me if you would like to find out any more details if you haven't got enough there. Best way is on X or Twitter. I'm at Frank Watson 58.
That sounds like a cracking night at Lord's.
Yeah, it will be. It's expensive, but then obviously the room is expensive, the food is expensive. There's a free bar for a certain part of the evening. It'll be amazing. I mean, it really will. Yeah, I don't think I've ever known a cricket dinner with a line-up quite like that, so it'll be fantastic. And it's great that those senior figures in the game feel moved to support Joe in the way they do, and it speaks volumes for the respect they have for him. 5 slips now as Bailey starts a new over, bowling to Adam Hose. 29 for 5. Ethan Brooks on 7. Hose yet to get off the mark. Lovely shot in that last over from Brooks, but absolute carnage up to that point as Worcestershire lost 3 wickets with the score on 22. Nobody in double figures yet, and it's very, very tough out there. There's Bailey in again, conceded 2 runs in his 7th over. He's conceded another one here as Hose steers this down to third man. In fact, they're coming back for 2 as Balderson comes down to do the fielding. So relative riches for Worcestershire. They move into the 30s. 31 for 5. Hose is off the mark. 4 members of the Lancashire backroom staff wandering round below us with the smug look on their face of men who know they've won a good toss.
They wouldn't be walking around so publicly if it was the other way around. Yeah, exactly.
31 for 5. 5 slips. Hose waits, and Bailey from the Diglis end strides in and bowls, and this one just short of a length, and Hose on the back foot plays it defensively out into the offside. The sun's gone, the cloud is with us again, and when I look at the scoreboard and it says 48 overs remaining in the day, have to think, Mel, we're not going to get those 48 overs in because the light will go before they've been completed. But what a great start Lancashire have made.
Well, they've got, you mentioned that 5 slips, have also got a fielder at backward point, which paints a picture in itself of the edges that are flying.
Hose steers this one out on the offside, and that's a good run actually, as the fielder came in, Josh Bohannon, very quickly at extra cover, but even though he was quick and he eventually lost his footing anyway, they'd have got through because Hose called for the single straight away, and that was a very, very sharply taken single. And it's important, it's very important in a situation like this that you take whatever opportunities present themselves to rotate the strike and just keep a little bit of pressure on. Don't let them just keep bowling at you. It's Brooks on strike, it's Bailey bowls, and he's just pushing this one defensively on the onside.
The other thing is, if you run and take those chances, what you saw happen with Josh Bohannon there is that he did slip over the ball, and just before that we saw them take 2 runs as the ball managed to get through the gap between backward point and the slips because two players basically slid over the ball.
Yeah.
So if you take those runs, there's a very good chance in what's been a very wet outfield.
Yeah, that they will slip.
Yes, you see some slipping and sliding
It's
out there.
very, very greasy out there, it really is. Man going back on the hook again, Flintoff being sent back out to deep square leg now. Bailey did this earlier when he was bowling to Rob Jones and then pitched the ball up. And this time, will he do the same or will he bang it in short?
The old double bluff.
He's in, he bowls, and it is in fact just exactly where he's been bowling all the way through, just on a length outside off stump, and Brooks pushes it down the offside and there's no run. 32 for 5 at the end of the over. Brooks has 7, Hose has 3, and Bailey's figures, they're just looking terrible now. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 5. He's been brilliant.
Oh, he really has. He's given away very, very little. And sure, the conditions may have been really favourable for the bowlers, but they're put on a display anyway. As we see, the sun is coming out again, so we're playing a bit of hokey pokey. Oh, actually, you don't say that in this country, do you? You say hokey cokey or
hocus
something.
pocus, but that's you wouldn't say it in that context.
That's something different. As Balderson is in, and it's a stride forward and a bit of a smother into the offside
But
by Hose.
if you look at the weather forecast, it's extraordinary that we've got any cricket at all. We're supposed to be having thundery downpours at the moment. And I must say, as you look around at the cloud, you can see that there must be rain falling somewhere. But as yet, not here at New Road.
Well, we're back in full sunshine now as Balderson starts his run in. A little shimmy down the crease for Hose. It just pushes that one to mid-on, no run. Yeah, at the moment, it is playing a hokey pokey, not the hocus pocus. That's your magic trick.
Yeah.
The hokey pokey is when you put your left foot in, your left foot out.
Hokey cokey.
That's in Australia.
What are you talking about?
In Australia, it's the hokey pokey. It's not the hokey cokey. That sounds like some dodgy stuff that might go down at a party that I'm sure you would never attend, Frank. Nor me. A hokey pokey. In comes Balderson. That one's left well alone.
Good take. Matty Hurst come up to the stumps. That bounced, didn't it? It was a good leave, but he's taken that really nice. Great fun for the keeper. This is what it's all about on a pitch like this. Get up to the stumps and put a bit of pressure on the batter against a bowler like Balderson, who's not express pace, but he's got enough pace to nip it around.
Forget the keeper. It's great fun for the viewers. It's one of my favourite things in cricket. As in comes Balderson again, and he's on the back foot, on his toes, and just pushes that one in front of the fielder at backward point. It's not going to go all the way, but they'll come back for a second. Yeah, it's one of my favourite things when you see, obviously in English conditions, because it's something that you don't see in Australia. You very rarely see a keeper coming up to the stumps.
Well, I was a keeper, and I must say, standing up to seamers on a pitch with decent bounce is just the best fun that you can have playing cricket, I think.
Gotta be good though. That's the thing, isn't it? In comes Balderson again. This is just pushed back to the bowler by Hose.
And sometimes you see keepers. I always find it interesting when people observe keepers and say, "Oh, that was fantastic," or "That was amazing," and then you talk to other keepers and they might say, "Well, it wasn't really. It was pretty routine." But that was fantastic, and it might be something that other people wouldn't notice because they've actually done it. I'll try and explain that a bit more in a minute.
Hose just punches this one straight back past the bowler. They set off for a quick single, and there's the slipping that I was speaking about, because a fielder has slipped, and that's made that single much easier in the end. Fielder just running from long on, and I tell you what, they're going to have some washing to do.
Yeah.
That was Bailey, in fact, because those who've been down on the ground have got muddy patches spoiling their whites everywhere. At the end of the over, it's 35 for 5, with Brooks now on 7 and Hose on 6.
And Bailey's going to carry on for one more, I would imagine. Yeah, what I'm getting at about that keeper is that, keeping wicket, standing up to a seamer, even somebody who's quite quick, if the bounce is good, and their line is good, it's just great fun because you pretty much know where the ball's going to be. Spinner on a really turning pitch or a pitch that's up and down, much more difficult. So a keeper here could get a really good stumping, say, if a batsman walked past one. Everybody says, "Oh, that's fantastic," but actually, a keeper will tell you it's not actually that fantastic. You'd be disappointed if you didn't get it. But on a pitch where it's turning, maybe keeping low, and one turns back in between bat and pad, and you take a stumping, much more difficult, and yet doesn't actually appear to be that much more difficult from the side. So I think it's not always that much an understood art, really, as Bailey bowls and Hose defends. Saw Gareth Roderick take a catch at Chelmsford the other day off the inside edge, standing back, diving away to his left low down, and I think that's one way you look and think that is going one way, inside edge, batsman looking to play it on the offside, has to dive the other way, and those are the really brilliant things that you see occasionally. But often the really good work by a keeper is not noticed, is it? Ben Folkes, how tidy is he up to the stumps? Bailey in, bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Hose. But I think that's why there are so... this is what I think, that's why there are so few really top specialist wicket-keeping coaches around, because there are, these days particularly, I think there are fewer and fewer real top technicians with the gloves, shall we say. I think Matty Hurst's really good, but in terms of absolute technicians with the gloves, because people don't pick their best keepers anymore. Bailey bowls and Hose is beaten outside the off stump. So you've got Ben Folkes, who's probably, I think most people regard as the best technician in the country as a keeper, and yet he's not in the England side, and somebody who plays for Surrey who doesn't even keep wicket for them, Jamie Smith, is actually keeping in the England Test side at the moment. So it's not like it used to be where you would have had your best keeper in your Test side just because he was the best keeper. Not the case anymore. This one from Bailey hits Hose a painful blow, shall we say, and he's on his hands and knees. And I think that's hit him right where it hurts. Yeah, and he's not making any secret of the fact that he's in pain. He's rolling around on the floor, and I think we're going to have the physio out. And I was going to say that will give me a chance to bring Scott back in, but he's just about to do an update for BBC Radio Lancs. And the only person showing any sympathy out there, Mel, is Ethan Brooks, Adam Hose's partner. Lancashire players have just turned their backs and left him, and he is in a mess. He really has got that one absolutely full on the box, and he is down on the floor. Ethan Brooks is leaning on his bat, probably grinning, and you've just got to get through the pain. It looks as though he's been shot. And here comes the physio with a glass of water. That'll sort it out.
He's still rolling around, by the way.
It is horrible. Ethan Brooks is smiling.
It's not something I can relate to, I'm sorry.
Well, I can. And I can tell you, it hurts. It hurts like hell, and it does actually make you feel a bit sick. And it takes some getting over. And he's just got a little pat on the back from the youngest player on the field, Rocky Flintoff.
Oh, he'll learn. Don't show any sympathy. I'll knock that out of him quick,
Come in
smart.
and giving him a little pat on the back. Are you all right, mate? I'm sure Adam Hose will feel a lot better for that. I was feeling terrible when this 16-year-old lad came and patted me on the shoulder. Oh, he's gone down again. You don't often get a pause this long when this happens, but basically Adam Hose has got a short lifting delivery. He's got in behind it. It's hit him smack in the box, and he's in a lot of trouble. And yeah, well, there won't be many men who've played a lot of cricket who haven't had this experience, and it is very, very unpleasant. Not quite as unpleasant as nicking it to slip when you're on naught, as Gareth Roderick did off the second ball of the innings, but close to it. Jake Libby was then out in the fourth over, also caught at slip, this time by Harry Singh off the bowling of Anderson Phillip for 5. That was 12 for 2. 10 more runs added before Worcestershire lost their third wicket, when Rob Jones was caught behind by Matty Hurst, also off Phillip for 8. And then 2 more wickets falling on the same score. Kashif Ali caught by Bell at slip off Bailey for 9, and then D'Oliveira caught by Jennings at slip, also off Bailey without scoring. Those two both falling in the same over. Worcestershire at that point 22 for 5. They've really struggled, and since then Ethan Brooks, who's made 7, and Adam Hose, who's made 6 before being felled a minute ago by George Bailey, have taken the score to 35 for 5, and we are having a lengthy pause here as Adam Hose is now being comforted by the Worcestershire physio, who is just well, he can't do much for him. You can't really go out there and put spray on it or anything like that. You just got to wait with him and let him get his breath back and sort himself out. He's just taken his box out, just checking that it hasn't been damaged, and he's having another drink of water. So there's been about a 5-minute delay now, but there's not much you can do about it. Poor old Adam Hose.
That's
one way of trying to disturb the bowler's rhythm, I suppose. He's all right. He's up on his feet. He's doubled over again now, though. Umpires are coming up now. Umpires coming up and saying, "Well, are you all right? Do you want to go off, maybe?" Graham Lloyd saying to him, but I think he's recovered now. He's having another drink of water. Ethan Brooks still looks quite mildly amused. His partner. Yeah, somebody's cracked a joke out there. Box is going back in, and the Lancashire players are having a team meeting while they have a drink, and everybody's just waiting for Adam Hose to get his breath back. A torrid start for Worcestershire. They must have known when they lost the toss what they were in for, but actually the Lancashire seamers have exploited the conditions superbly.
Well, I think the whole session so far has basically been summed up by that one delivery. It's just it's just been one really horrid blow. It's knocked the wind out of them a little bit, and it's a matter of just getting your breath back and finding a way to dig in.
I think in all honesty, when he walked out there, I said it's not much fun, and it hasn't been many times when he's walked to the crease this season thinking that he's in a good position, but he's actually, added injury to insult. That's the best way of putting it, isn't it? It's just horrible, and he's not got much sympathy. Lancashire's players just saying, "Are you all right now? Can we get on with it now? Are you ready?"
Either got their hands all behind their backs, like, yeah, come on.
Ball is going to be really instructive, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Does he get in behind it and block it? Does he have a whack at it? I think he'll just want to get in behind it, knowing Adam Hose. It's a strong character. 2 balls remaining in this over. Oh, Mel, the old ones are the best, aren't they? You've been waiting and waiting. I saw you. You've been waiting.
I just looked at the scoreboard. I swear. I swear.
Here's Bailey in. Balls, and there is the answer. Hose plays easily the best shot he's played. A half volley, the first. Do you know, honestly, the first half volley of the game, I think. And Hose accepts the invitation and drives it through mid-off for 4. Excellent shot from Hose, and he becomes the first player in the game to make double figures. 39 for 5. And the last ball of the 15th over about to be bowled by Bailey, whose figures are 3 for 9 so far, about to complete his 8th over. Man's gone out again at deep square leg. Will he bounce it this time, or will he not? In he comes to Hose, bowls, and Hose is on the back foot playing defensively out on the offside, and that is the end of the over. I suspect that might be the end of Bailey's spell. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 9. Worcestershire 39 for 5.
Yeah, it's certainly been impressive from him, but then it's been impressive from all of the bowlers. There's not been a weak link so far, and they have all the advantages of a swinging ball that's seaming a little bit as well, but have done as much as they possibly could with it. And Frank's going to leave me for a little while, and we're just waiting for Scott Reed to come back in. Sun report, it's half in, half out at the moment, although mostly out. So we're still playing a bit of hide and seek with the sun. I think we're getting a sub-fielder coming on at the moment. So I'm not sure who's gone off, but Balderson it is who's in, and attempt to turn that down. It was going down the leg side. No bat on it. And there we go. So just trying to listen to that little announcement there. Just a reminder of where we are as the welcome Scott Reed.
Hello.
Back in. 39 for 5 it is Worcestershire. As Balderson is in over the wicket, and again it's down the leg side, and there's what I like to call the distraction appeal, where a few players hold their arms up and say, no, it can't have been a wide because we're appealing, sir.
Yes, it's been a lively hour or so, hasn't it? Goodness, there's been plenty happening. I mean, it's been pretty torrid, hasn't it, for the batters? Balls nibbled around. I think Lancashire bowled beautifully.
Oh, they have. As in comes Balderson. That one just defended. It goes down towards mid-on. No run. Well, this torrid was the word. That was my word of choice as well. We'll have to get the thesaurus out and see if we can. It's hard to think of anything that describes it better than that.
What's more than torrid? Excruciating? No? Maybe no.
Yeah, but torrid makes it feel like it's you're under the pump and you're weathering a storm, basically. Yeah. That's what it's been, as Balderson is in, and there's a little poke outside the off stump from Brooks. And he's going to have to be careful there, because, as we've seen, every edge has basically made its way into the hands of one of the slips fielders at a very catchable height.
I think that's a great point as well, Mel, isn't it? That actually it's not just the chances that Lancashire have created, but actually they've taken them all as well. There's been some really good slip catching. I thought Harry Singh's slip catch in particular was outstanding.
Brooks back and across. Says it, this time he has got him. Oh, it's the 6th wicket to fall, and it was only a matter of time. This time he's bowled him. So Brooks departs for 7. And this torrid examination of Worcestershire in the most difficult of circumstances continues. They lose their 6th for 39 runs, and it just doesn't get any easier.
I tell you what, George Balderson, that's a beauty. That is a lovely piece of bowling from Balderson, from over the wicket to Ethan Brooks. He's just angled that into Brooks, and it just straightens and it rattles the top of off stump. It's a really, really nice piece of bowling by George Balderson, and it caps off so far what has been an outstanding hour and 20 minutes or so for Lancashire. Balderson gets his first with a beautiful piece of bowling, and Worcestershire in tatters here at 39 for 6.
Well, indeed. I mean, it's just when everything is going right for one team and everything's in your favour, but they are making the most of it. And for Worcestershire, it's the other way around. It's incredibly difficult for them. That ball has moved, often swung quite late. It's done plenty through the air. It's done a bit off the seam, but they've been bowling at a good pace as well. As I said, it's all been summed up in that ball that clattered into Adam Hose's box and left him lying and rolling around on the ground, writhing in pain. That is the kind of that's really the game so far in a nutshell.
No pun intended. Or maybe the pun was intended, I'm not sure. But yeah, that was that kind of summed up beautifully the morning or the afternoon for Worcestershire, seeing writhing around on the floor. It's been an uncomfortable hour or so.
In comes Balderson, and the first ball of the over is just punched down to mid-on, no run there. It is a run, sorry. They run through very quickly for a single. Matthew Waite is the new batter in. And that wasn't intended, actually.
That's a
very
shame.
innocent. Honestly, I got in trouble when you weren't here before. There were 2 balls remaining after for that over after that incident as well, and I got in trouble from Frank Watson for pointing that out. And again, look, it's just I'm just very innocent, and you all have ulterior motives. 40 for 6, by the way, at the end of that over. Balderson has 1 for 10 after his 4 overs. They've all got brilliant figures, haven't they?
They have, yes, set up by Bailey and Anderson Phillip to begin with. Bailey 8 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 9. And Anderson Phillip 4 overs, 2 for 21. And Balderson 4 overs, 1 for 10. We're going to see the return of Anderson Phillip. So Bailey's opening spell comes to an end. It's a brilliant opening spell for Tom Bailey with those 3 wickets. And I was saying to Frank before, he's had, from his high standards, and he's had a consistently good run for Lancashire now, 4 or 5 seasons where he comes running in every week. As Phillips sets off and bowls, it's wide and carved away by Matthew Waite in front of square on the offside, and Josh Bohannon from mid-off sprints out towards the boundary to field, and Waite comes back for 2 and he moves on to 3, and it's 42 for 6. But the consistency that Bailey's shown over the course of 4 or 5 seasons, he's not quite hit those levels this season, but last week I thought against Somerset, and so far today we're seeing a bit of a glimpse of Bailey of kind of the last 3 or 4 seasons. From Lancashire's point of view, that's great to see, and I guess in particular from his point of view, that must feel great that he's back into some rhythm. It's a shame perhaps that it's gone right at the back end of the season, but that's the case. 42 for 6. Here comes Phillip in, bowls again. It's short and pulled by Waite out towards mid-wicket this time. Balderson from mid-on will scamper after it. Waite comes back for 2. He moves on to 5, and maybe a bit of a counter-attacking here by Worcestershire is not the worst approach. 44 for 6 now.
Oh, it seems to be picking up the length really well, because that's 2 shots that have been played in front of the wicket as well, which tends to suggest that they have picked up that length very quickly. It's a change of end for Phillip, now bowling from the Diglis end as well. So he was bowling from the New Road end earlier.
Sets off with Waite on strike and 4 slips in position. That's left, and through it goes to Hurst, and there's no run.
He's a head dipper, and I like that. So when he runs in, he's one of those who has the first few sort of strides, and then he dips his head. It's like as if he's got to do it to actually get into his full stride. From there, there's a couple of bowlers who do that. I love a run-up quirk.
Yeah,
so
great.
I'm always quick to spot one, but he is one who has to dip his head to get into his full stride.
Well, he sets off from the top of his mark now. His right elbow just in back and forth, and here he goes. There's that little dip in and balls, and that's carved away, and a play and a miss from a wide delivery, actually, from Waite, just chasing after that delivery, looking to try and cut the ball. Good tumbling take by Hurst, but the wide call by the umpire.
He has bowled just maybe a couple that have been a little bit stray as far as width goes, but he's very sharp. I was mentioning before, and I was going to ask you about this, but talking to Paul Edwards, who of course is writing for, I guess, the Cricketer this week, saying that been really impressed with his first couple of weeks at Lancashire.
In bowls to Waite, cut out towards the point boundary, and that's 4, and he's played that beautifully. It's in front of square. He's got actually quite a lot of time to play it. A little short and wide by Anderson Phillip. Matthew Waite cuts it away for 4, and he moves on to 9. And Worcestershire now 49 for 6.
Yeah, that's the third shot that he's been able to play in front of square, which, as I was mentioning before, just shows he's seeing it quite well. One thing that Paul was saying to me is that I think the photographers were trying to use their umpire cam to work out, and reckoned that he was bowling about 83 miles per hour, but he was saying he looked sharper than that. And he did look sharp this morning or in the first part of this session too.
Yeah, I don't think he's absolutely rapid, but he's probably a little bit skiddier, maybe than what you would think, because he's in again and bowling to weight, and just loops away into the onside from a fullish length delivery angled in towards him. And pops out towards mid-wicket, and there's no addition to the score. So yeah, probably that slingy, whippy action maybe. I think he just gets the ball to kiss off the surface maybe. I think he's probably... Well, I think he is quicker than Bailey and Williams. Again, we don't really see the speed gun that often, do you? So you never quite get a full picture. Back at Emirates Old Trafford, there's not a speed gun there, so you can't quite really absolutely certain, but it feels like maybe just a little bit quicker than Bailey and Williams, but maybe that's just because of his action and his angle. And balls again, 2 weight, that's off the front foot in defence. It's calmly pushed away up towards mid-on, and there's no run, there's no addition to the score at the end of that over, of which Worcestershire have now batted through 17 overs of their first innings, and they are 49 for 6 with Waite on 9 and Hose on 10 across the live stream on Worcestershire's website and via the BBC Sport website and app, and across DAB radio as well with 5 Sports Extra live here from New Road, where it's dry at the minute, a little bit of sunshine, and remarkably we're actually playing some cricket. It's been really, really eventful cricket so far.
It certainly has. But by the way, Matthew Waite, his 9 has come off 7 balls. Like, that is quite incredible. And he's actually just come out and quite languidly played these shots. But it's Hose on strike now, pushing forward in defence of the first ball of Balderson's over. And yeah, he's just come out, played his shots and made it look quite different to everyone else. Now, that may be just a case of seeing Phillip just lose his lines a little bit in that last over, because he did bowl a couple that were perhaps a little short and wide. In comes Balderson. Hose just flicks that around the corner. It'll be picked up by a fielder running in from deep backward square, and that applause you can hear is because it brings up the 50 for Worcestershire. 50 for 6. Hasn't been an awful lot for the Worcestershire faithful to cheer on today. Although the reception for Joe Leach, I don't know if you saw that earlier.
I did,
Scott,
yeah.
It was lovely.
Yeah, it was excellent, wasn't it? Yeah, and I was listening to what Frank was saying about his testimonial dinner. It looks like a pretty fancy dude, doesn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Full sunshine again. Balderson is in, and this time it's flicked around the corner by Wade. So fielder at long leg really running in and having a bit of work to do again, but it's another single, so it takes the score to 51 for 6.
You just kept reeling off all these names, isn't it? It's like a who's who of cricket for the testimony.
A dinner at Lord's is always pretty special, isn't it?
Nice, that,
Yeah. I've been lucky to have been to a few. Went earlier this year for the Wisdom dinner,
Nice.
which is always very exciting. Hose waits, in comes Balderson, and he just punches that straight out to Josh Bohannon in the covers. No run.
What was on the menu?
Oh, I never remember what was on the
okay,
menu.
right.
Sorry, I've been to so many.
Oh, you just
darling,
get
but-
invited to that. Your social calendar is just so busy. My diary is just full of dinners. I can't possibly remember them all.
No, that does sound bad, doesn't it? Hose waits. In comes Balderson again, and this time he holds the pose in defence as the ball goes past him and into the hands of Matty Hurst. That is terrible, isn't it? I have been very lucky. I have been to a lot of lovely dinners at Lord's over the years. But it's always still very special. And I know that whatever is on the menu, I really, really enjoy it and appreciate
it, yeah. And it's always of the finest quality. Just can't remember any of them.
Big step forward from Hose this time as he leaves the ball though. Shoulders, arms, it goes through, and that's the end of another over from Balderson. So he's bowled 5. Figures of 1 for 12. Not so shabby. Worcestershire, it's a bit shabby. It's 51 for 6, but it's only that, Ray, because it's been torrid. We've decided. Word of the day, torrid.
Yes.
But the sun's coming out. It actually looks quite amazing now, because the clouds, you've got every spectrum of dark grey to bright white, depending on which part of the sky you look at. It looks totally different if you're looking out to your right as it does if you look out to your left.
Yeah, cloudy conditions out towards the city centre as Anderson Phillip comes in and bowls again down the leg side, just flicked away by Waite. Down towards deep backward square leg for a single. He moves on to 11. 52 for 6 now. Brings Adam Hose back on strike. It's a great place to sign off for the season. From a purely selfish point of view, it's a lovely ground to come to, this, isn't it? One of the most popular grounds on the circuit.
I love it. I love it here. It's the walk from, I get the train here from Birmingham, and it's the walk through the town centre. I always see beautiful buildings. Every time I look a different way, but I have something to confess to you.
Anderson Phillip bowls again, outside off stump and left by Adam Hose, through to Hurst, no run.
All the times I've been to Worcester, I'm yet to actually set foot inside the cathedral.
Oh, okay, right.
I haven't done it yet. Because of every time I come here, I come here.
Yeah.
And I probably should have gone this morning, shouldn't I?
Yeah, I've only been once, and that was during a rain-affected early call-off for the day, done by like 1 o'clock, I think it was, a few years ago, so I had a mooch around.
Yeah, I need a mooch.
You need a mooch.
I'd like to mooch in the cathedral.
52 for 6. Anderson Phillip from the Diglis end in and balls left again by Hose, taken by Hurst. And there's no run.
But I have gone for Wanders, and yeah, I think and it has an amazing number of really lovely cafes. Now that's a big winner for me. I think I could live here, purely based on cafes.
The cafe ratio is peak ratio for you.
It's very impressive, I've got to say.
Plus, it's a easy walk, isn't it? Just across the bridge and towards the city centre.
Super.
52 for 6. Here's Phillip for Lancashire. In and balls to Hose. Full and off stump, and he drives down the ground. Lovely looking shot. Bailey from mid-on scrambling away to his left to try and stop it. I think he did get something on it, Bailey, but such was the timing by Adam Hose. That's gone all the way for 4, even with a little bit of pace taken off it by Bailey from mid-on. It's a nice shot for 4, and that takes the total to 56 for 6. Hose moves on to 15 now.
That was a lovely stroke. And for someone who was not so long ago writhing around on the ground and couldn't stand up and was in so much pain, well, it's been pretty impressive just the way he's held firm and fought back.
He did look in a spot of bother then, didn't he? Phillip in and balls to Hose, punched again down the ground. That's brilliant by Anderson Phillip off his own bowling. He's gone low quickly to his left, down to his left, and stopped the ball. And that was sweetly timed by Adam Hose.
That was even better, I think, than the previous shot that went for 4. What a piece of fielding that was in the end from the bowler, because that was struck very firmly and quite sweetly as well.
Yeah, Bohannon, who's at mid-off, is quite wide at mid-off. It gets underneath Anderson Phillip's body. That's going to rattle its way up towards the Basil D'Oliveira stand. It's a good start by Phillip. 2 for 35 for him. In and balls again. Edged, gone. Jennings at second slip takes the catch. Adam Hose stares back down the pitch. Anderson Phillip, who's been perhaps a touch expensive here, but he has a habit for Lancashire of taking wickets. Maybe a little bit more expensive than what he would like or what Lancashire would like. But he appears to be, in these first 3 games, someone that can make something happen for Lancashire. And he's now got 3. Worcestershire 7 down. Adam Hose departs for 15. And Jennings gets his second catch of the day. 56 for 7, and the wickets keep tumbling.
They do, and I just really feel for Adam Hose. I mean, we talked about it being torrid out there. When you think of what he's had to actually endure in seeing the wickets fall and coming out in copping one in a very sensitive area, getting back up, fighting his way through that difficult period, playing some lovely strokes in there as well, and just at a time when it looked like it might be starting to ease just a little bit, he gets another really good delivery. That sums it up. 7th wicket to fall. It's been well. I'm going to get Mr. Thesaurus up and just see what
we need more.
We need more. I'm not going to say the T word, Let me just get it up here. It's terrible that I should have to do this, but well, I'm going to find what the best match is.
Well, I'll run through the wickets as you do that, because they don't make particularly pleasant viewing for the batting side, with Roderick out for 0 and Libby for 5 and Keshifali for 9 and Rob Jones for 8. Brett D'Oliveira for 0 and Ethan Brooks for 7. Just 2 batters reaching double figures so far. Adam Hose, who's now gone for 15, and at the non-strikers end, Matthew Waite, who's unbeaten on 11. 3 wickets for Bailey, 3 for Anderson Phillip as well, and 1 for George Balderson, with half an hour till tea on this first day. Worcestershire 56 for 7.
I'm a bit perturbed, Scott, because I have just gone to thesaurus.com. Torrid. Do you know what the strongest matches are? Blazing hot, red hot, steamy, sultry, white hot on thesaurus.com. As Williams is beginning a new over from the New Road end. First ball, it's on Waite quickly, and he just defends it back to the bowler. No run. And then for the not quite as strong matches, ardent, burning, erotic, fervent, flaming, hot-blooded, impassioned, intense, passionate, and sexy.
Right.
So that's how things have been
That sums up the day so far perfectly.
at New Road. As Williams comes in over the wicket, and that is just a short arm pull, and that has come out of nowhere for 6. Well, Waite has just been playing a different game to everyone else, it appears.
Yeah, we know how Waite can play, we know how quickly he can score, we know how aggressive he can be. Matthew Waite, I think he's got a bit of licence here, hasn't he, to try and play a few shots if they're there to do so, because Worcestershire aren't going anywhere at the minute.
Well, it wasn't a big heave ho. It's the check. Just that check shot. That's quite extraordinary.
Just brilliant timing, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just seen it so differently to everyone else, it seems. But yeah, at the moment, you can understand why he would just want to get things on the way as Williams comes in with those big long strides, and this time he drives through the covers. And it's wide of Bohannon, who has a little bit of work to do in the field, and they'll come back for 2 runs. Takes the score to 64 for 7? Yes.
Yeah, first spell this for Will Williams, who's been watching his bowling teammates fill their boots, with certainly Bailey and Phillip in particular. Williams, who has regularly taken the new ball now for the last season or 2.
He's running in, loping in once more, and this time it's straight back over his head. Take that, says Waite. That's on the roof of the stadium. My goodness, that was a stroke and a half. That is a counterpunch.
Just a bit, yeah, goodness, that's absolutely full-blooded, isn't it, by Waite? Just stand there and hammered it straight down the ground for 6. I mean, that's rattled, as Mel was saying, onto the roof of this stand here at the New Road end. It bounces back onto the outfield and potentially damage done to the ball. The umpire wants to have a quick look at that, but that is brutal by Waite to really... Well, the first one was, as you say, was just pure timing. That one was just absolute muscle, wasn't it, down the ground for 6.
Yeah, it certainly was. And just not what we've been used to seeing. On strike again, in comes Williams. This time he flicks it fine, and Hurst has taken off his glove and run after that one, so they'll just get a single on that occasion. But Waite has moved on to 26 off 14 as Worcestershire moved to 71 off 7. It's just extraordinary.
I said before that Williams is a regular new ball bowler for Lancashire, but it was Bailey and Phillip that took the new ball. Balderson first change, and now Williams, and for the first time in the game, the batter's having a bit of fun.
Well, Van Beek now to face his first delivery, and he's down and he's driving, but it's right, the pads has it. Umpire not interested. The players were for about half a second, but not for much longer, and finishes off the over that appeal. and Worcestershire 71 for 7 with Waite on 26 and Van Beek yet to score.
Yeah, it's a long way down, isn't it? So, as most batters have tried to do through the course of this innings so far, is to try and use their feet, to try and get down the pitch, try and kind of push the bowler off their line and length, and also potentially try and negate some of the seam movement, which has been pretty consistent through the course of the day so far. So that element to come down the pitch there, advancing towards the ball, even though it did wrap the pads. Certainly a fair call by the umpire not to give that one out. Here comes Anderson Phillip back into Waite. It's down the leg side, taken by Hurst, the keeper, just bouncing a pace or two to his left, and there's no addition to the score here at New Road on 5 Sports Extra, where this is, well, at the minute is the only Division 1 game in play, because they've just reached the tea break in Taunton, where Somerset are 128 for 8 against Hampshire, but there's been nothing today in the first day between Durham and Kent. No play since the 5th ball of the 11th over of Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge due to rain. Close of play at Essex and Surrey as well. Phillip in, bowls it short, dug in by Anderson Phillip, and Waite just bends his knees and pivots back and allows that to go through to the keeper. And again, there's no score. So Essex Surrey 116 for 1 at Chelmsford, but that's the close of play on the first day there. Durham Kent close of play without a ball being bowled at Chesley Street. And all 4 games in Division 2 have not had any action today. Glamorgan, Gloucestershire, Leicestershire, Derbyshire, Sussex, Middlesex and Yorkshire against Northamptonshire, all off for the day. Of course, the promotion not yet sorted from Division 2. Chopped away by Waite off a thickish bottom edge, which deflects back down the pitch, and there's no wrong. We know it's certainly a celebration for Sussex. They're up. Yorkshire and Middlesex vying out for that second spot in Division 2, but nothing in the 4 Division 2 games on this opening day of this final round of the season. We're playing here at New Road with the home side 71 for 7. It's a must-win game for Lancashire. They need to win this, pick up, well, they should get their maximum bowling bonus points. As Phillip is in again and bowls. And that's clipped away off the pad down towards backward square leg for a single. 72 for 7, and if they do that, if they win with some bowling bonus points, and who knows, maybe a batting point, and somehow there is a result between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire, then Lancashire could still stay up.
That's why I'm here. I'm here for the live game. I was originally supposed to be down at Essex versus Surrey. That was the original plan sort of from the start of the season, but because it's wrapped up, I'm where the action is, and that's with you, Scott Reed.
You were. We could. I mean, a lot needs to happen, but we could see some late season drama. Phillip in, bowls again. It's fallen, driven away by Van Beek. That's a good shot. Plenty of bottom hand on that. Forced it away through straight mid-off, down towards the Basil D'Oliveira stand. And that is 4 runs for Van Beek, his first with the bat. And Worcestershire now 76 for 7.
I've got to tell you, I'm still disturbed by this torrid thing. So as an adjective, it actually is very hot or sensuous. So I suppose you say a torrid affair if you were reading like a Mills and Boon kind of... Not that I do. I'm much more into Jane Austen, darling. But,
of course.
But it would be torrid, yes.
Phillip in, bowls, it's short and wide and cut. And that's 4 more. And Lancashire on the attack, and slip fielders in place, 4 of them in fact. No one protecting on that cover boundary. Successive boundaries for Van Beek. 1 driven down the ground and 1 cut through the offside. Van Beek moves to 8. 80 for 8. Now Farrell taking a break as we head towards tea with 20 minutes remaining of the session. Frank Watson about to rejoin me here. He Waite on 27 and Logan Van Beek on 8. Worcestershire 80 for 7. 21 overs gone.
Entertaining stuff. Can't take your eyes off it. We've had the best weather in the country, I reckon, Scott.
I think we have, haven't we?
Incredible, isn't it? That we haven't had really. The lightest of showers this morning. lots of rain earlier in the week and overnight, but other than that, we got away with it today, and it's been great stuff to watch, really. What did you make of the Adam Hose one? I'm watching the replay of that. It's gone very late, I think, that, hasn't it? He's looking to play it down the ground, almost to mid-on, really, and it's gone late. Good catch, that one, low down.
And comes Will Williams' balls again. That's turned away through the leg side by Waite for a single, so he moves on to 28. 81 for 7. There's Rocky Flintoff out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Scoops the ball up. And they jog through for a single. So Williams into his second over. His first went for 15, but it was he was Matthew weighted. He played a couple of brutal shots. One out, 6 over mid-wicket and a 6 down the ground. Williams to Van Beek, who's off the front foot, gets a good stride down the pitch and plays it with the full face of the bat.
Well, he can do it, Matthew Waite. 34 off the last over at Edgbaston in that T20 group game that Warwickshire, Birmingham Bears, should say, lost to Worcestershire. 5 sixes and a 4 off George Garton's final over in that innings. And he can do it, He's done it in Championship cricket as well, but in these circumstances, 28 off 19 is crazy, isn't it?
Williams for Lancashire over the wicket, balls, Van Beek off the front foot again with a decent stride down the pitch, and then just strokes the ball calmly away through the offside. It rolls out towards Anderson Phillip at backward point, and there's no addition to the score.
But you wonder if it's one of those where he's just thought, well, if it is, if it's up there, I might as well have a go, because sooner or later one's going to nip away and take the edge.
Yep.
And it does, I know it's a bit of a cliche, but it does just put the bowler under a bit of pressure. New bowler coming on.
Here's Williams striding in. Van Beek on the front foot, half a step down the pitch, and just pushes away into the offside. They flirt with the idea of a single. Waite backing up at the non-striker's end, but ball was eased along the ground to Williams at cover. Sorry, Wells at cover. He's quick to the ball there was Luke Wells, and just snaffles out any possible chance of another run. 81 for 7. Slightly calmer second over so far by Will Williams. Just a single so far coming off it. Balls again to Van Beek, who plays forward in defence. And Bohannon jogs up from mid-off to field. Again, there's no run. 81 for 7. With just a little over 15 minutes remaining of what has been a pretty eventful session of cricket. We waited until just before 2 o'clock to get underway, and what we've seen, there's been some beautiful bowling. They've bowled superbly to the conditions, and they've taken all their chances so far. Just dabbed cautiously by Van Beek, back down the pitch, off his back foot, and it's fielded by Williams. And that'll feel a little bit better for Williams as well. 15 coming off of his first over, including 2 sixes. Just a single coming off his second. 81 for 7.
Yeah, I think they've bowled beautifully. They've made absolutely the most of helpful conditions. And Worcestershire, as soon as they lost the toss, they knew that it was going to be a really tough first 20, 30 overs, I would imagine. And you just hope, I guess, that you can get through and only lose 2 or 3 wickets. But it's gone very much Lancashire's way in terms of catching, good catching, and they've, well, Tom Bailey in particular just bowled beautifully, didn't he? Got the ball in exactly the right areas, and Anderson Phillip, late movement 2 or 3 times. Everything they nicked went to hand. George Balderson's into the attack at the Diglis end, and his first ball is down the leg side and just turned by Waite down to third man. In fact, he's to fine leg, he's not turned it, it's a leg bite. Signal by umpire Alex Wolf. 82 for 7. And yeah, they've ended up in disarray really at 56 for 7. And Matthew Waite's decided to be as positive as he can. But, well, they'd do really well to get 150 from here, wouldn't they? And I think, given where they were early this afternoon, that would be a tremendous effort. But it's a long way off, to be fair. It's been brilliant from Lancashire, but not a great deal of blame attached to the batters either,
Sure.
as this one is smashed down the ground by Logan Van Beek, straight down the ground for 6. It's extraordinary. 88 for 7, and we've seen 3 sixes, and they've all been beautifully struck. That was absolutely perfectly timed. It really was. Magnificent shot down the ground. And Balderson and Williams are finding that perhaps it's not just as simple as running up and letting the ball do it. Bailey bowled so well, as did Phillip, but with slightly less pace, these two, they've got to get it in the right area as well. Balderson in bowls and Van Beek drives, not so cleanly this time, but he'll get 2 more out wide of mid-on, thickish inside edge really, but 2 more, 90 for 7, good partnership this one. Balderson, who's got 1 wicket, good delivery that defeated Ethan Brooks. Incidentally, the men out, if you're just joining us, I'll run through the list. Roderick 0, Libby 5, Jones 8, Kashif 9, D'Oliveira 0, Brooks 7 and Hose 15. Balderson in, bowls, and this one takes Van Beek on the pad, a strangled appeal as it bounces away to 3rd slip, and there's no run. 90 for 7 then. Waite 28 off 20, Van Beek 16 off 11. They've decided to fight fire with fire, and so far they've added 34 for this 8th wicket in rapid time, space of just 4 overs in fact. Balderson once again into Van Beek, bowls, and Van Beek is cutting this one away on the offside, and they'll get a single. They have to hurry though, as Josh Bohannon's very quick in the covers, gets his throw away, missed the stumps at the striker's end. Waite was in anyway. 1 run taken. Van Beek goes to 17, 91 for 7. Are we the only game that's actually taking place, as in happening?
I think we are,
at
because
the moment? Yeah.
the last time unless they're back on at Taunton, yeah, they're back under it. Oh no, they're at tea at Taunton. So yeah, this is the only game at the minute that's
cloudy, grey, as Balderson comes in to complete the over, and Waite is on the walk and just steers this one behind square on the offside, just held back a little bit by Balderson, who saw him coming. Single taken. Waite goes to 29, 92 for 7 at the end of the 23rd over.
Yeah, 36 runs these two have put on now in 24 balls, so it's really positive play, isn't it? It's actually
yeah, it's good, isn't it?
it's been excellent. And they've played some. I mean, that last shot, that 6 from Van Beek down the ground was gorgeous.
Absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? Yeah, beautifully played.
So this is kind of the perfect little counter-attack here by the home side to try and scramble some kind of score on the board. 92 for 7. Waite on 29. He's been the catalyst of it, really. And he goes again down the ground, walloped away, in the air, over the fielders, 1 bounce. Oh, it's actually plugged, and he doesn't quite reach the
plugged.
I think both fielders at mid-off and mid-on, who were Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon, are kind of practically giving that up, thinking that's clearing the new road stand again. And actually, it went high, but didn't quite have the legs to get over the rope. And it bounced and didn't move.
Good shot for 2, that
was.
It's pin high. He wouldn't play many pitching wedges better than that. Literally, after landing, I reckon it travelled about 12 inches.
Yep, just dribbled, didn't it? Obviously, it's soft and damp, the outfield. And so Bannon drives the ball and hands it back towards Williams, who's in and bowling that beats the outside edge of Van Beek.
Beauty.
Through to the keeper Hurst. No addition to the score. Probably his best delivery, that Williams, from over the wicket.
It's perfect, wasn't it? Almost.
So that great length as well, that just gets that little bit of indecision by the batter to get forward to play back, and he has a little poke at that.
Just watch that Van Beek 6 again that you described.
Here's Williams in to Van Beek. That's hammered down the ground. That'll be 6. That's over the rope, out towards, got a wide long on. Just sat deep in the crease and wallops it away for 6. And the the 100's not too far away now from Worcestershire, which in truth looks some way off. He moves to 23, and Worcestershire 99 for 7.
It's just perfect, isn't it? Absolutely perfect. The Van Beek 6 off Balderson
Yeah,
a
it's
couple of
gorgeous.
overs ago. Just if you have a look at the replay anywhere, if you're watching cricket or if you've got NV Play or something like that, absolutely perfect straight drive for 6. Just beautiful.
He's now on to 23. Williams in and balls, but down the leg side. And taken by Hurst, who just moves half a step away to his left-hand side. He's had plenty of company as Matty Hurst. He had 5 slips at one stage, but he's down to the 2 at the minute. George Bell and Keaton Jennings. And then Harry Singh at gully. Anderson Phillip at backward point. Rocky Flintoff's at cover. Bahannon's at mid-off. Wells at mid-on. And then 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. Tom Bailey at fine leg. George Balderson at deep square leg. Williams in. Balls it short this time.
No ball.
Called a no ball by umpire Graham Lloyd. And that gets Worcestershire to 3 figures. Which looked like some way off at one point, but they've got there. 101 for 7. And pretty remarkable session of cricket. Not long left of it neither, about 8 minutes until tea. So 101 for 7. No ball. A bouncer by Williams, bringing up 3 figures. In balls again. Pushed fuller and left by Van Beek. Just nips away over the top of off stump and into the gloves of Hurst. And again, no addition to the score. Been a real mixed bag this actually from Will Williams. He's bought a couple of beautiful deliveries and then he's been walloped away for 6 on 3 occasions as well. 1 ball left of his 3rd over. 101 for 7. Logan Van Beek 23 not out. Williams sets off again. New road end and in and balls and pace or 2 down the pitch and then leaves it Van Beek. Shuffling forward, gets a good stride in, just leaning onto the front foot, and then pulls his bat up and above the shoulder. Allows that to sail past and into the gloves of Hurst to complete the over. 101 for 7.
12th man coming on to the field with some shin pads and helmet and immediately being sent off again. So looks like they're going to have a short leg in at some point, but not yet. And we're going to see Josh Bahannon, I beg your pardon, we're going to see George Balderson continue from the Diglis end with his right arm over the wicket, medium pace. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22 his figures so far. Tom Bailey easily the pick of the bowlers, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 9. Balderson bowls and taken on the pad. Matthew Waite on the walk, big appeal. Must have been close, saved I think by the fact that he was on the walk and he'd got quite a long way down. Didn't bounce a great deal. Balderson doesn't quite get the bounce that we saw Bailey and Phillip getting, obviously, and Williams is tall as well. Phillip 3 wickets as well, more expensive, 44 coming off his 7 overs. There's Balderson in again, bowls now, and that's short, and Waite slaps it up to long on. There is a man back at long on, but so well has Matthew Waite hit that he is redundant because it's gone all the way over the rope for 6, and even if it hadn't, it was only about 5 or 6 yards wide of Anderson Phillip, but he hit it so hard that it went to the boundary before Phillip could really react. 36 now to Waite off 24 deliveries, including 3 sixes. Extraordinary stuff from the former Yorkshire all-rounder. Balderson in once again, and he goes for a massive swipe. Misses it this time, and it goes through to Matty Hurst behind the stumps. But if he'd have hit that, we're going a long way.
I mean, talk about backing yourself. That previous delivery, Anderson Phillips on that long on boundary.
Yeah.
And he sees him and says, I'm not bothered about that.
Yeah. He's in the mood, is Matthew Waite. I've seen him play like this in red ball cricket before, notably at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire a year or 2 ago. In both innings. Balderson bowls. This one banged in short, and Waite can't do much with that, just pushes it down on the onside. He's been a real success this season, Matthew Waite, apart from the fact that he missed quite a few games through injury, but he's bowled very, very well as a sort of fourth seamer, and he's played some significant innings as well in both white and red ball cricket for Worcestershire. He's become quite an important member of the squad, and that is massive again on the leg side. Huge hit over mid-wicket, beautifully struck for 6 again by Matthew Waite, who's making an absolute mockery of the situation that he faced when he came into bat with the score at 39 for 6. He came in at 39 for 6 and he's 42 off 27. Mad, isn't it? 113 for 7, and well, the 50 partnership well and truly up, and Matthew Waite just changing the balance a bit in the New Road gloom. Balderson is in and bangs one in short. Waite was thinking about hooking it. In the end he aborted, pulled out, ducked underneath it. End of the over from Balderson, who takes his sweater and cap from the umpire, not looking too pleased with life at the moment. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. Worcestershire, who were 56 for 7, are now 113 for 7.
Yeah, going to try some leg spin as well here. Luke Wells is replacing Will Williams. 3 overs for 25 for Williams from the New Road end. They were flirting with the idea of potentially making this change an over ago when the pads were carried out, but they decide to bring
good
Wells.
Change, I think. Good change, because it's right arm seam otherwise, isn't it, really?
Yes.
And therefore, with two men who are striking it well, you might as well ask them a few different questions. But it wouldn't have been in the plan at 56 for 7.
No, it wouldn't. And when Balderson was bowling there, Lancashire had 5 fielders on the boundary, and Worcestershire 100 for 7. You know, completely. Wells,
great stuff though.
It is. It's hugely entertaining, isn't it? It's a great effort, this by Waite.
It's been a really good day. We had to wait a long time. We got underway at 5-2, but Worcestershire lost a wicket straight away, collapsed. But an entertaining recovery being shaped. I mean, it's not a recovery yet. Well, it's a recovery. It's not a complete recovery yet.
Well, Wells has got 3 out on the boundary, deep point, fine leg, and deep square. Slip in place as well. Wells into Van Beek. Just looks to try and paddle this around the corner. Again, there's a murmuring of an appeal by Lancashire, but bat on that by Van Beek. So he moves on to 24 not out. 114 for 7. 58 run partnership now between these two, off just 38 deliveries. Waite back on strike. Wells in to Waite, flat and quick to begin with, to Waite, who gets forward and defends. And the ball bounces its way back down the pitch to Wells. Coming into this match on the back of 4 wickets in the second innings. Lancashire beat Somerset last week at Old Trafford, and balls once more. Waite drops it away into the offside. And there's no run. 114 for 7. Wells is from the New Road end, starts bouncing his way back in, past umpire Lloyd, balls forward again, goes Waite, and defends again, ricochets to Wells, scoops off his own bowling and strides back to his mark, throws the ball from one hand to the other. Not ideal conditions for leg spinning, you wouldn't think, but a good start here by Wells, who's in again, flat and quick, a little bit too leg side, and Waite just tickles it away down towards the boundary. That's going to be 4.
Timed that well, didn't he?
Edging towards what would be quite a sensational half century here. 46 not out. 118 for 7. Cathedral chiming away in the distance as we reach 4 o'clock, with 1 ball remaining for Luke Wells. 118 for 7. He'll probably sign off the session if Waite whacked this for 4 and got to his 50. Here's Wells in, bowls to Waite, off the back foot, jab down the ground. He'll call Van Beek through for a quick single as the throw comes in, rather wild one actually, towards the keeper. That is the end of the over. Worcestershire 119 for 7 at the end of the over. Waite on 47, Van Beek on 24. Frank Watson, what a session of cricket that was.
Yeah, well, it was high octane stuff, Scott, for sure. Worcestershire losing the toss. Play started at 5-2. They lost a wicket in the first over. Gareth Roderick caught by Will Williams at 4th slip off Tom Bailey for naught. Jake Libby followed in the 4th over, caught by Harry Singh off Anderson Phillip, also in the slips. He went for 5. And then 3 wickets fell with the score on 22. Rob Jones caught behind by Matty Hurst off Phillip for 8. Kashif Ali caught in the slips by George Bell off Tom Bailey for 9. And Brett D'Oliveira caught by Keaton Jennings in the slips off Tom Bailey without scoring. 22 for 5 at that stage. 39 for 6 when Ethan Brooks was bowled by George Balderson for 7. And 56 for 7 when Adam Hose was caught by Keaton Jennings in the slips off Anderson Phillip. And Worcestershire were in desperate trouble at that point, but Matthew Waite, playing as Matthew Waite can, has hammered 4 6s and 2 4s. He's 47 not out off 33 deliveries. Logan Van Beek with him is 24 off 19. He's hit 2 4s and 2 6s himself, one of them a magnificent straight drive down the ground off the bowling of George Balderson. And at tea, Worcestershire, having recovered from that 56 for 7, are 119 for 7 of 26 overs. And we'll be back with you just as soon as play resumes, which, if there's no weather interruption, will be at around 4:20.